Okay, that sounds great. All of a sudden, I got really quiet. Very good. Hello. My name is Don Wettrick. I am excited to kick off this regional. I am the CEO of the STARTedUP Foundation, and I want to go into a little bit about what we do and why we do it. About STARTedUP, our mission and vision, we teach students to view life through a lens of innovation entrepreneurship while building a life of purpose. And our vision is to build a generation of opportunities everywhere mindset, fueling innovation and hope for our communities, country, and the world. In short, we really got started because after teaching for several years, we had a lot of students and really even adults that are looking at screens and they're comparing themselves and identifying problems. We wanted our students to identify a problem as an opportunity to do something about it. We really felt that there was just so much negativity going on that we think the innovation mindset, the entrepreneurship mindset might be a solution to that. Our core values are our opportunities are everywhere. Not everyone has to be an entrepreneur, but everyone should think like one. Entrepreneurs don't wait for perfection. They move now. It's not what you, if it's not what you know, it's who you know, then that's great. Let's get out and meet people, which by the way, this is also hopefully a networking time. So in between the judging, please meet one another. In a world of social media addiction, negativity, every person can create a real value by being a producer instead of consumer. There are a lot of consumers out there scrolling. I want you guys to produce, which is why I'm excited to hear your pitch today. And also the future economy will rely on people that provide value and build solutions. That is why we're here. You guys are all solving problems. Want to also tell you a little bit about our Innovation Educator Fellowship and the Alumni Association. Actually, we have a few teacher fellows here. If you want to at least wave your hands in the air and wave them around like just don't there. 3 of you, thank you. This is an exciting program. This is a one of a kind in the state of Indiana where we are celebritizing great teachers by what they do. We also want them to get involved with their local politics. We want them to meet with their local mayor because they are the absolute gatekeepers of understanding who the great talent is and incentivizing them for staying in the state. I know that after teaching 25 years, I got a little tired of seeing some of my best go to Austin, Boston, and San Francisco. I would really like for them to live closer to their mother. Which, by the way, fun fact, in Indiana, this is a fact, and although I'm borrowing this, I went to a junior achievement thing, and I'm going to borrow from him. The average person lives 16 minutes away from their mother, and in Indiana, it's 14. And that got better during the pandemic, which proves that this is kind of a family-based location. And so, honestly, I want more of my students to stick closer to home. We need your talent. We need your skills. Also, the STARTedUP Alumni Association, this is where it got crazy, guys. If you're here, and you're going to hear this probably 3 times from me today, if you're here, you've won. I promise you. There are so many things coming down with the Alumni Association. I'll get into the perks and benefits. One of them involves a trip to Italy. But the Alumni Association is we don't want to lose contact with you. Just like when I was a classroom teacher, I was telling my students when they graduated, I hope that I can attend your wedding because I want to see you succeed. This just went out. That's all right. I'm loud. But I want you to be able to stay in contact with us desperately. Why? Is because our alumni might need more introductions later, and they might need possibly more introductions to seed capital or whatever. Once again, our core values, it's not what you know, it's who you know. We want you to know lots of people, period. And that is why we travel to Washington, D.C. or New York. That's why we take students now out of the country. This really got started because Governor Holcomb, who always attends our state finals, could not get over the talent. And he asked us, what are we doing to retain these people? These students are our future. Are we going to keep them engaged? So that is why we have the Alumni Association. It literally was asked upon us of, we will go out of our way to make sure that you are supported beyond today. So even though this is a day's competition, this is one step. Matter of fact, we had one team last year from this region that did not win and got acquired later. Just because you may not win today does not matter. Because I hate watching the dejected faces like, oh man, I didn't win. Count on us to help. And if you don't ask us for help, I cannot read your mind. So please stay engaged. If you're a regional finalist, you will get an email following up saying, congrats, you're in the Alumni Association. We want to stay engaged. The state of Indiana engaged. I'm not going to steal Mr. Watkins' thunder, but believe me, we want to stay engaged with you. Try it again. Maybe. I think maybe my voice is so powerful, I shorted out the system. That's what my mom. September. This is our timeline. The students know this well. Have teachers like the teachers you see here today, but there we go. But they also on the timeline start a little earlier. You hopefully start from September to February. They go through an idea. They probably go through some twists and turns and pivots. By February, they submit. We grade. So this year we had 2,400 and some applicants. That was a lot to grade. And then we whittle it down to the top 10 in each region. That is what you guys represent today. So you guys are literally a very small percentage of what was statewide. Obviously, in April, we go and do our regional events. Then this is where the fun starts. We're going to have 2 winners this year per each region. We identify those 2 winning teams, and you're going to start working with us for our boot camp. More about that. But we even expect the winners of today to make some improvements, and then you guys are a part of this boot camp. In June, on June 15th, is down there at Butler's campus, is our state finals. I encourage any and all of you to attend. It is quite the event, and it'll blow your mind. And then in June and July, all the top winners, so our top 10 teams. So if you're the top 2 today, you are guaranteed to get an all-expense trip paid to Washington, D.C., where we have an unbelievable lineup involved. All right, before I go any further, I would like to thank our regional host at IKORCC. This is a first of its kind. We're excited because after we met the team, they were expressed wanting to get in front of innovation talent, get in front of top student talent. So I would like to now invite up Mike Kwiatkowski to say a few words from IKORCC.
Thank you, Don. First of all, good morning. My name is Mike Kwiatkowski, Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio Regional Council of Carpenters. I began my journey as a carpenter about 25 years ago out in Northwest Indiana. I have served our organization in a multitude of capacities. I've been all over the United States and Canada, but my home is Indiana. I'm so honored to be here today. Right now, we're in one of our 36 locals across Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio. This is local 301. And I'd like to welcome you all here today. Our staff, Annie Jewell, Jerome Stanford, Hope Harp, they've done a great job working with STARTedUP to get this put together. Fellow judges, members of the STARTedUP Foundation, and students from Batesville High School, Delta High School, Greenfield Central, Oldenburg Academy, and Westfield High School, welcome. Congratulations on being one of the students competing here today. The 2 winners from today will go on to participate in the state competition, like was mentioned earlier. Once again, thank you for being here. The future of Indiana looks bright because of all of you. We welcome you and we thank you for your time. I think we have a video we were going to play. Got that? Yep. And then I'm going to get down and let Don take over. Best of luck to all of you.
Have you ever wondered how projects such as Lucas Oil Stadium get built? Have you been riding down a road before and noticed all the heavy highway construction that's taking place? Those men and women working on those projects make up the 35,000 members within the Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio Regional Council of Carpenters. We work with about 30,000+ contractors throughout all 3 states, making sure that we can provide top talent to these contractors so that those projects get done on time and under budget. Now, that talent we talked about comes in all shapes and sizes. So even though the name says carpenters in it, we train on millwrights, we train on floor covers, we train on pile drivers, we train on scaffold builders, you name it. When we deal with the carpenters, we're talking about the skyscrapers. We're talking about the heavy highways, the roads, the bridges. We're talking about hospitals, school corporations. When we deal with our millwrights, they're kind of classified as our industrial mechanics. So any type of rotating equipment that takes place, you're gonna see a millwright out there working on it. Floor covers, do anything from carpet, hardwood installation. If you've ever been inside of a basketball gym, those hardwood floors will probably put down lots of floor covers. If you've ever been to Lucas Oil Stadium or a professional football field with AstroTurf, those are our guys as well. And projects of this size don't just happen overnight. It takes a special skill and special training to make sure that these projects are done safe, on time, under budget, and professionally. This is where the journey begins with our apprenticeship program. The apprenticeship that we offer is a 4-year Earn While You Learn program. You learn from experienced craftsmen and women in the field, building a foundation that will help you be successful throughout your career. In addition to that, we take one Ivy Tech class per year because you are going to receive an associate's degree in applied science upon completion of the apprenticeship program. That's right. Mom and dad, as well as grandma and grandpa, are going to get the opportunity to watch you walk across stage with a cap and gown and receive your degree. You won't go into debt getting your education either. In fact, you'll make money throughout your apprenticeship. IQRCC apprenticeships offer a direct path to a rewarding career and a financially solid future. This is why we are excited to partner with STARTedUP, host Innovate WithIN, and offer its participants the opportunity for direct entry into our apprenticeship program. To make it this far, you have to be someone who thinks outside the box, finds ways to help your community, and follows through, all of which are great traits to become an IQRCC apprentice. Best of luck to everyone that's participating in this year's event, and we look forward to seeing you at Innovate WithIN.
Yeah, actually, students, you want to tell some of your friends when we got to tour the facility and all the things that they offer and how fast you guys can get into the workforce. It was stunning. I would now want to introduce our judges. This has been a delight to be able to work with our judges because they're taking this really seriously. They've taken time out of their day, and so excited to have them all. David, I'll have you kick it off.
Good morning, I'm David Watkins. I oversee entrepreneurship and small business development for the state of Indiana.
Good morning, I'm Dale Warnke. I'm with Force Construction Company down in Columbus, Indiana. I'm an accountant by trade, but I'm also the EEO officer.
Morning, everybody. Joe White, partner and executive vice president at New City Development Partners. We, in short, buy and build buildings, partner with guys like Dale to do that. Excited to be here today. And just want to say, salute all of you students who are trying to think creatively about how to solve problems and are putting yourselves out there, taking risks, and taking your time today to be here. So I salute you all and wish you the best of luck and look forward to hearing your stories and hearing about your ideas.
I'm Ryan Hunley. I own Second Street Creative. We're a branding and design shop, so we help small businesses and organizations tell their story.
I'm Michelle Davis. I'm a state representative for House District 58, which is in Johnson County. And I'm also a director at Central 9 Career Center in Greenwood. I'm very excited about this and happy to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Mike. We already met. Welcome, everyone.
All right. Students, the moment you've been waiting for. So here's the format. Number one, you're going to have 6 minutes to present. Our friend McKenna will be giving you a warning at 1 minute. If you're in that 10-second category, like that's when you should start to panic. Try to end under time, but at the 1 minute mark, you know you have a little bit of time. Number two, teams will receive then 4 minutes of Q&A. Also, McKenna is going to be enforcing that. However, I will say this, we sometimes will have I'm telling you, it's me, we will sometimes have teams that will you may not go as many questions, so don't panic if they only ask a couple of questions and they move on. And then lastly, judges, when they're done, may take up to 30 minutes after the final presentation to determine the 2 winners, at which time we'll be eating and they'll be conspiring. Or, not conspiring. Sorry. Wow. All right. With that, this is the coin flip that we have done. You can see that DistributeX is going to be first. The on deck, if you guys want to go into the green room and be ready, obviously we have all your pitches ready to go. And then I'll always say who's next, and I'll always say who's on deck just to remind you, but there you are, there is the lineup. So with that, thank you again. Oh, that's for later. So with that, I want to make sure that DistributeX is up first.
All right, so I'm Ashton Birch.
I'm Turner Wyatt.
And we are DistributeX.
The problem is restaurants are suffering from an inefficient use of space in many ways. Restaurants are because restaurants are taking on the toll of online orders while having the same amount of kitchen space before the growth of the online food industry. Restaurants also, or startup restaurants also may have trouble taking on new ventures because of the commitment it takes to open a restaurant. Our question is, what if businesses could solve these issues at an affordable price with low risk? The solution, DistributeX units. These are shared, low commitment spaces that businesses can use as a ghost kitchen or as warehousing space. Any kind of restaurant could benefit from these units, especially local startup ventures. However, we plan on marketing to franchises in the future.
All right, so here's a quick model of what it's going to look like. We have our industrial space with about 5 kitchens in there. They're going to be 700 square feet each, and we can house 6 to 7 employees per kitchen. And then we also have a communal cooler and storage area for food. And yeah, so you may ask, why DistributeX? Well, DistributeX increases profits, efficiency, and market share for lower risk than our competitors.
Our edge over competitors is that we're completely client-focused, which means we're adaptable to their needs. An example of this is the fact that our properties vary in sizes compared to other ghost kitchens, which have more objective property sizes.
And then here's our competitive breakdown here. DistributeX covers all of these marks. We offer ghost kitchens. We offer completely customizable equipment. We have the smallest commitment by lease period as compared to our competitors. And we have a larger space than a traditional ghost kitchen. And yeah.
Our prototypes we have so far is just the CAD model and our website.
Whoops. Okay, so here's a quick look at our revenue projection. In the red, you can see our costs. We're going to be leasing our industrial space and then also having lease-to-own equipment, and we're going to be paying about $99,000 a year on that on our 5-unit location. And then our clients are going to be paying about $135 total for that whole location there. So that brings us to a profit of $35,000 in the first couple of years, and that is an ROI of 135%. And then so we're going to be doing a triple net lease on our clients, so they're going to be paying for maintenance and upkeep of the equipment. And then after we pay off the equipment, our ROI will jump up exponentially.
The traction we have so far is that we've connected with many local business owners and realtors, which have helped us give financial estimates We also have partners who have helped us with research and are willing to help us with funding. We have conducted a few surveys. Most notably, we figured out that the reason people don't order food online is because of extra shipping costs, and ghost kitchens solve this problem.
All right, so we've made some connections already. We've talked to a lot of people that are already in the industry. We've talked to restaurant owners. We've talked to people in commercial real estate, and we've also talked to other people not mentioned on here that would be helping, that have offered to help us with funding and reaching out to more clients. And then here's another look at our investability. Like I said, we're going to be making 135% ROI in the first couple of years. Advancing to state would legitimize Distributex as a company that's complex, that can be owned by a couple 16-year-olds. And then $1,000 would be mostly used for client outreach, and then we'd also looking at partnerships with kitchen equipment companies, as well as marketing and advertising online. And then, like I said, the ROI will jump up after the first couple of years, and we pay off the equipment. All right, so a quick recap. We have the communal food storage in our locations. We've got 5 kitchens. We're an alternative, low-risk solution to new ventures, as well as expanding your business. And we have all of the
1 minute
conveniences of a
remaining.
traditional restaurant while still being adaptable and a lot less of a commitment. And so our roadmap, we look to acquire our first non-franchise clients. And then after we do that, we're looking at partnering with smaller brands and starting locations all across Indiana. And then we're looking at reaching out to bigger franchises and expanding outside of Indiana. And then in the future, we're looking at using some of our spaces as to potentially use them as warehousing.
Here's our contact information, like our email, a LinkedIn group, and a feedback survey we would appreciate if you took.
All right, thank you guys, that's it.
Great presentation, guys. So I wanted to ask a question in terms of how you're approaching the market. So you mentioned a lot of existing restaurants that need some additional capacity. How are you going to approach potential for startup restaurants to use the space as well?
So we're a lot cheaper than buying just a traditional location to start up a restaurant. So in that kind of way, we're appealing to testing out different products and starting a restaurant if you're not fully committed to having all the funding necessary to like have your own traditional restaurant.
Again, well done on the presentation. I see a centralized storage facility for all 5 pods, correct? Yes. Logistically, deliveries, how have you thought about how you're going to work that out and the schedule of who's coming and going, and with that much traffic in a small area, it could be an issue.
Yeah, so we don't have that completely figured out yet, but mainly what we're looking at is, as far as delivery of the food goes, we're looking at like DoorDashers coming over to our facilities and grabbing the food and delivering it that way. And like we said, it reduces shipping cost, so we could reduce the shipping cost in that way. And then as far as storage goes, we still have to finalize policies on that.
The communal storage is a relatively new idea, and it's optional. The units themselves have storage too.
Thanks, guys. Great presentation, and this is interesting. I'm gonna leave my email and everything because I really want to go over the numbers with you guys and how you came to arrived at the least costs and all those things. But we'll save that for later. How do you solve the shipping cost issue in terms of connecting the customer with, the product of these shared kitchens?
So basically, extra shipping costs are basically because the fact that restaurants take on the extra toll of, like for DoorDash, there's a lot of extra fees because the restaurant has to put in more effort now because they also have to take into account online orders, so it costs more. But since the restaurant has an off-site spot dedicated to online orders, the shipping costs will go down because they won't require all those fees to make up for the extra effort they have to put in to prepare the food at the main restaurant.
Good job. Talk me through, I noticed in the executive summary and in the presentation, a focus on suburban areas and franchise restaurants. Why not focus on more metro areas with a higher density of small restaurants?
Yeah, so we're looking at mostly suburban areas because it's kind of more of an untouched market. A lot of our competitors are centralized in urban areas, and we're looking to expand into there later on. But starting as a local company, we just plan to look at suburban areas around greater Indianapolis because we found some need for our product there.
Okay, thanks. So again, great presentation. I like all the information and how you're go-getters. I'm just curious, when you are reaching out to your local restaurants, and how are you received? Are you getting conversations? Are you getting a seat at the table with them? How's that going?
Yeah, so we've had some interviews. We've interviewed some restaurant owners on our product, and we do have some recordings of those. And we've talked with them one-on-one, and we also kind of just surveyed a bunch of restaurants in general and kind of just talked with the owners there just briefly. But we have had some like deep conversations with restaurant owners.
Great.
Hey, great job, guys. Excellent. You had mentioned, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you were going to start out with local restaurants first and then work your way to move into the chain restaurants?
Yeah, so we plan on starting with local restaurants because we're small, and it's less likely that we're going to be able to immediately like market to franchises. So we're going to start with local restaurants, and we're going to try to help people, test their products in our spaces because they are a lot lower of a commitment. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Also, since the food deliveries, since the food delivery industry is on the rise so fast, franchises will like really badly need it in the future when our business has supposedly grown by then.
Thank you, guys.
It's going to go up here from here on. All right, so up next from Oldenburg Academy, we have Clyde Scariels. You guys are up next. While they approach stage one, again, thanks at KORCC for providing this venue and their sponsorship today. Want to, there you go. Yeah, you can come on up. Also going to make sure this doesn't keep falling. Is there a way to tighten this?
We're actually going to take it off the stand, so.
Even better. Do you need 2 microphones? Okay.
Yeah, where did that go?
Did the boys not give it back? Guys, did you still have the clicker? Last two went.
Distribute that. Oh, here we go.
A single-use plastic grocery bag is used on average for 12 minutes.
But did you know that that bag will take over 1,000 years to degrade?
This is 13 times average life expectancy of the U.S. citizen.
This brings us to one of the most prevalent environmental concerns of today's society, plastic waste. 100 billion plastic bags are thrown away by shoppers every year, and one bag takes 1,000 years to degrade, but the microplastics still continue to pollute the environment. In school, we watched a documentary titled Plastic Ocean, and this discussed the negative impacts that plastic has on the oceanic environment and consequently humans. This made us more aware of the problem because it's not prevalent to everyday life, but this made us more aware. And plastic bags are not taken by your typical curbside recycling center, so then people don't dispose of them properly, thus creating more waste in the oceans and around the environment.
We've also noticed that there's a large amount of waste found on farms through the use of plastic feed bags, hay wrap, baling twine, all that good stuff. And interestingly, plastic feed bags also cannot be recycled by the typical curbside recycling center, and so they usually end up in the landfill as well. So to solve problems in both of these areas, we have come up with a solution of turning farm feed bags into reusable grocery bags, which is the mission of Clyde's Carryalls.
I'm Madeline.
I'm Claire.
I'm Jalen.
So together we have collaborated in creating this business. So all of us growing up in rural Indiana, we have seen this problem firsthand, and we have been able to use our experience. We have been able to use our experience and passion with sewing into creating our product. And also, all of us, we grew up outside a lot, so we want to ensure that all of the future generations have the same experiences that we did.
In order to make our dream a reality, we have calculated our costs and revenue. Our goal is to go to 5 farmers markets over the summer and sell a total of 50 bags there. We're selling each bag for $10, and our cost per unit is $2.50. This accounts for our salaries along with our business's fixed and variable expenses. After that is calculated, we have approximately $25 left over in case we made a calculation that was incorrect, or we need to adjust the price of our bag to appeal to the customers more. And after that is calculated for, we have approximately 40% of our proceeds that can go to charities and programs. One charity we are interested in is Safe Passage, which protects and helps women and children that are in need. And if we are given the opportunity, we would love to donate to other charities like that. And a program that we want to donate to is Indiana FFA. Indiana Future Farmers of America was a program that my dad participated in when he was a child and around our age. And I know he always told me stories about how he had so much fun and just enjoyed it. And he was able to grow his passion for agriculture. And we want to invest in more charities and programs like this so that we can teach the future generations on agricultural and environmental awareness.
So to help you understand our ideal customer, we'd like to introduce you to Farmers Market Franny. Franny, as you can see, is passionate about the environment. She likes to support small businesses, and she likes to live a healthy lifestyle, which is why she chooses to shop at farmers markets. Franny is looking for the perfect bag to carry around all the produce that she purchases at these farmers markets, which is what makes her only one of the perfect candidates to buy a Clyde's Carryall in support of lowering plastic waste.
So now that you understand the purpose behind our product, I'd like to show you kind of how we make it. So to start off, we have a unused feed bag, and then our next step is to cut off the bottom of the bag, shown here, and then we wash it both inside and out with a hose and some soap. And then we sew a line across the bottom and 2 diagonal lines across the sides to make the edges for our bag. And then the final step is to sew a line across the top and add our straps.
So you may be asking why our bags are so special and why customers would want to buy them. Let me tell you. Our bags are water resistant while our competitors are mostly made out of fabric. Also, our bags are made from completely recycled material, so we are getting rid of the waste while our competitors are actually creating more waste. And also, our bag has passed a 20-pound strength test. And so considering our price, we are better for the environment and your pocket.
So all of these things make our company attractive
1 minute remaining
to investors. And if we did have $1,000 to start out with our company, we would use that to set up our farmers markets, booths, and work on marketing strategies like advertising and signage. However, starting off, we really don't have a need for that initial funding because we have a partnership with Green Acres.
So you may be asking what exactly Green Acres is. This is a local farm that our school already has a partnership, and they've been willing to help us get our business started. So to start off, they've been donating all of these feed bags for us, and they've offered us a place in their farm store to sell our products. So this will help with our initial advertisement and will help us get potential customers. But as we kind of mentioned before, our main income will come from farmers markets.
So in review, the mission of Clyde's Carryalls is to create sturdy, reusable bags
10
from
seconds
completely
remaining.
recycled farm feed bags.
Our bags are great for the environment and your bank account.
And we value our customer base and look forward to providing them with our product. Thank you.
Keep this on the base. Great job with your pitch today. I think it's a really clever product. Both Dale and I immediately said, "Oh, we recognize that birdseed bag." I'm guilty of throwing that in the trash, and maybe I should just give it to you next time. So I had a question around your go-to-market strategy. It sounds very much focused on getting it into the hands of consumers who would regularly use it at farmers markets or at stores. Have you had any conversations, it sounds like maybe with Green Acres, but with other retailers that would offer this as an alternative to their customers instead of plastic bags?
So we haven't had a conversation with actual businesses, but I've had people come up to me. Since we live in a small town, everyone knows everyone, so my aunt actually knew about the product, and she told us about someone at our school, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, I love your idea." And we've had multiple people come up to us and be like, "I'm interested in buying this product, I'll even help you make it." Like, we've had multiple conversations with individual people, not actual businesses yet.
And then I'm involved in 4-H, and we're having an open show with vendors coming, and we've been asked to come and set up a booth there and sell our bags.
Very well done, ladies. I can even identify the birds on the bag seat. So, as I understand it, the supply of the bags comes to you at no cost to you, correct, right now? I have no idea as to what the volume of bags available to you is. So if you can address that, but also address that if this takes off and you outrun the supply of those bags, where your supply is going to come from.
So right now, Green Acres, they also have other, how would you say this? Like, they're not just based in Oldenburg, so they're a much bigger industry. So we actually just got 40 bags within like a week. So for this future, as of right now, we really don't foresee needing that many more bags, like as we already have 40 right now.
But one idea that we did have is to set up like a bin at maybe like where people buy their feed, like Tractor Supply, for example, and set up a bin and say, maybe just a little notice outside saying, bring your bags back and we'll collect them and take them from you.
So I don't recognize the birds, but I do recognize that this could also be really helpful for my 2 kids that I take to the pool to dump all their stuff in. I'm curious about scalability and how you think about kind of 3 years, 5 years out, if this business takes off. It's currently 6 cents per bag to, create here, but that cost is going to jump pretty significantly as you hire people, presumably, and those kinds of things. So I'd be curious how you all are thinking about kind of the 3 and 5 year look ahead and how you make this a sustainable business.
So we haven't looked too far because we want to make sure we're focused on making our business good for 1 year starting out, because if our customers aren't interested in it, then we have to rethink our idea completely. But one idea we had is, like I said, multiple people were offering to help us make their bags, and a lot of them were people at our school or our parents, so they would donate their time so we wouldn't have to pay them. And we also were looking, Madeline actually lives around Indianapolis, so we're able to branch out there too instead of just where we live, so we would have more opportunities there.
Kind of jumping off of what Joe was saying here, have you put any thought into marketing strategy beyond in-person markets, and is that even necessary? Do you want to keep this small, tight idea, or could you sell it online as well?
So initially, we are trying to stay in person. We think that that's a really important face-to-face interaction with our customers. We think that they really value that a lot. But looking forward, if in the future we do see a need to maybe build an online platform, that could be an option for us.
Great presentation, ladies. I love it. I love the idea. Having grown up on a farm and then as well as an adult, we have a farm, so I don't know how many bags that I've thrown away and thought the same thing with the texture and the material. I don't think you guys realize what a good product this will be because it is waterproof, and and when you go to farmers markets, when like that gentleman down there said, going to the pool, waterproof is a good thing for adults to have. So I love the idea, and I too I was thinking that if you put a bin outside of like your farmers or your Tractor Supply or your Rural Kings, where people could put their bags back, I think you'd be blown away with how many people contributed back. And also thinking about fair season is coming up, so that would be a good place for you to market your ideas too. But great job, ladies.
Thank you.
The nice thing about going last is most of my questions were answered. So I do want to say, though, I am very impressed by how you tied everything together. You know, from the feed bags to the donations to the FFA to the use at the farmers market, it just was really well put together and really seems to be well thought out. So great job.
Thank you.
All right, up next is Ref Reel. You can come up to the stage. Want to remind the students and parents listening, and also people online, got a nice audience online, if the region, this region actually statewide, anyone that wanted to go through the IKORCC, they get a direct admit into their apprenticeship program, so they can bypass all that. So again, thank you to IKORCC. You guys ready? All right, you guys need more than one microphone.
Yes, please.
Cool, I can get you another mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ref Reel. My name is Andrew Westrup.
I'm Quinn Provost. And I'm Evan Holman.
And here's our story. We are all high school students from West Virginia. And how many of you think that sports are kind of boring sometimes? How many of you have taken that third quarter nap, right? In my house, we set aside a time. You are quiet during that third quarter of the Colts game because either they're losing or they're about to lose. So only 8.6% of an NFL game is actually action. That's not a lot. Most of it is ads or commentary. So what do we want to do? Well, we can't change the rules of an NFL game, can we? So instead, we're going to make it more exciting. We are going to do what Evan's about to say we're going to do. Oh my God. Here you go.
So our solution to this overlooked problem is Ref Reel. Ref Reel is a sports broadcasting software that will operate through the virtual reality headset, Oculus Quest. So what's this going to do is we're going to have camera angles on the referees, and it'll be 360-degree swivel, so you can see the game first-person point of view, just like this. So our demographics are a result of multiple surveys and polls we've sent out over the past 8 months. We found that our primary consumers would be males, upper middle class, typically college educated from the US or Asia, and our age range is from 13 to 28 years old.
We have currently set up a website. If you want to scan that, please go ahead. I'm going to continue talking about my story so you have a chance to get your phones out, take a scan. I can accept payments too. But we're all kids from Westfield High School. I'm a life scout. I'm going to get my Eagle Scout this summer. I'm working on my project. He's a rock climber. He's a beast on that wall. And Quinn is a musical prodigy on that piano. And we're just happy to work towards sports, which unites us all as a culture and is something that we can all relate to.
So let's talk about costs. In order to cover every NBA and NFL game throughout the week, we need 56 cameras. This will cost $30,799.44. Our labor costs will annually be $696,840. And to get 600,000 ads upon 6 different social media platforms, it'll cost $7,236 based off the cost per mile. So, why 600,000? A study shows that 20% of people that see an advertisement buy the product. With that being said, we can assume that 120,000 people each year will buy our product. So what are our plans? Our plans are all monthly subscriptions. So we have the basic for $4.99, which is one sport, the follower for $7.99, which is two sports, and the superfan for $10.99, which is both sports, and if you miss the game live, you get highlights. So we did a survey that showed that our biggest margin for interest and costs were the $7.99, followed by the $4.99, followed by the $10.99. With that being said, the NBA is going to want around 50% of all annual sales, and the NFL is going to want around 35%, based upon previous deals with ESPN. However, these percentages are negotiable. So with that being said, we'll be able to have a total revenue of around $1.2 million in net after year one. So our competitors are ESPN and Xstadium. ESPN charges $9.99 per month, and Xstadium is pay-per-view. So you pay an average of $8 every single time you watch an NFL or NBA game.
So our unique value, what's going to separate us from the rest of our competitors, we have three aspects for this. Our first aspect will be physically attached to the referees, so you'll be able to see a first-person point of view from their perspective. Our second aspect is we're going to get partnerships with major sports leagues, hopefully. And for example, an umpire view is going to be different than, say, an NBA referee view. Our third aspect is that we won't have obstacles getting in the way of the camera angles because you'll be able to toggle between the different referee perspectives.
Refereel has something that no one else can provide. Not only do we have the different camera angles like all our competitors, but we also have the obstruction-free view like Xstadium, the highlights and the live like ESPN, and we have the referee headcam, which really sets us apart. This is your complete sports watching experience for the new age in the future. So would refs actually want to wear headcams? Yes, actually, 91% based on a survey done about rugby, referees say that they would love to wear headcams based on calls and stuff. So what's our traction? We have found a software developer who's willing to develop our product for very little cost. We are partnering with the IHSAA in the future. We have reached out to them. We have also got a prototype that we are going to show off to you during Q&A if you would like. And we have also reached out with an NFL agent and have connected with an NFL agent, and hopefully in the future that connection leads to bigger things. What would we use our grade prize for today? We would be using it on the camera so we can further develop the product.
So our main goals, we have 5 of them. Hire a second, more experienced software developer to get the live stream up and running, buy more cameras with the winning money, finish obtaining a partnership with the IHSAA, meet and work with a broadcasting specialist.
And that's it. So thank you. All right.
Okay, we'll start. Okay, I'm gonna start this one off. So great job, guys. I like your business attire. You all look very professional. It's very catchy at the beginning, so you woke us all up and got all of our attention. I appreciate that. So a couple things. So referees, when you put this on a referee, are we gonna be able to hear what the referees are saying and thinking?
Yes. So
Okay.
when we did our prototype video and we recorded into a GoPro and put it into a headset, you could hear all the commotion on the field.
Okay.
You'd also be able to hear like the commentators. We'd also have to connect that to
Okay.
it. So
And
you'll
you
have-
can also have what's called a party chat on MetaQuest, so you can have a private call basically between you and people that you're watching the game with.
Okay. Okay. And one last thing I'll share is the beauty of being a state representative is I have a lot of connections, so I'll be happy to help you connect with IHSAA if you need some help with that. Thanks.
Just one question. As you get started, I saw you have your packages and stuff like that. Are you guys going to be expanding and looking for sponsors for Refereel directly or advertisement? Will you be advertising as you live stream and stuff like that as well?
So yeah, we think we will be advertising as we live stream, depending on what things cost looks like in the future. We do know that advertisements aren't exactly particularly loved by sports fans in the world. So I think kind of our company goals is to kind of limit that, because it kind of goes against our mission of making sports games more exciting when we have advertisements. So it might just be one or two in a short break. Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah.
Did you build in any software or like storage costs, server storage costs for this as you're streaming video?
So to have a application on Meta, it is actually free to put any app that you create on it.
Including the video streaming?
So that we haven't looked into yet, but just having the app on MetaQuest is free.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
I don't know if you've sat courtside at a basketball game, but I think the question is appropriate in terms of content filtering, and those guys aren't out there whispering sweet nothings. I think that's going to be an important point and
Yeah.
a factor in your development here. I'm also curious, is currently, as you have this built out, is the only way to view the content through the MetaQuest headset, or are you able to stream it in restaurants and bars, et cetera?
So yeah, right now we only have it set up for the headset. That's the goal right now. Maybe in the future, in bars and restaurants and stuff, but virtual reality is such a growing market. We can't really say where it's going to take it, and so we think that as it grows, our product could grow along with it. It's projected to have millions of users in the next 5 years.
And just to clarify, is it a 360 experience where the meta would be really cool, or is it just a single perspective?
Yeah, so those cameras that we showed you, they can record in 360 degrees, which is why they are so expensive and why we want to use our winnings from today and in the future to get those so that we can start working with that.
Very well done, and I'm probably a unique person in this room because this is so far over my head. I'm old. Instead of watching football and basketball games, I'm listening to the radio and watching my birds that are on the. So that all being said, quite impressive. I think you've done a lot of work, and I think the sky is the limit.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Take that one back. Yes, thank you.
Can you show it really quick?
All right. Up next is Candle Elevator from Westfield High School. As they approach, I want to thank IUPUI School of Informatics and Computing for their scholarship offering for all students who competed in round one. And if you want to know more information, we have that online. But again, IUPUI School of Informatics and their scholarship program. Ladies, ready? What's that? Okay. As in they're coming in right now?
Yeah.
We're gonna wait a second. There's a school of a bunch of kids coming in and want to watch you. No pressure. We're gonna wait a second. We just had a bus of school students that came in.
How do I push next? What is next?
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Morgan Rogers. I'm Jolyn Kettner.
And I'm Natalie Cazal.
And we are the Candle Elevator. Our story starts with me last year struggling lighting my favorite candle. I simply could not let go of my favorite scent, and with the low burn candle, it is hard to light, and it just keeps burning my fingers. The following morning, I talked to these ladies, and we made our problem a solution.
So, to begin with, this problem is a lot farther than just a personal problem within us. 70.6% of our survey responders have claimed that they also have issues burning low-burnt candles and even burning the tips of their fingers. It even goes further with people who have mobility issues or have physical disabilities that make it harder to burn these low-burnt candles, and even is exacerbated by the fact that burning low-burnt candles needs the use of an open wick flame. It even goes past the personal issues into the environment. When you are taking these candles and you're throwing away half-burnt candles, that paraffin wax does not decompose into the earth. It takes those chemicals and that pesticide-laden cotton wick, and it seeps into the earth, causing almost an acre of agricultural land past that landfill to be useless because of the fragrance chemicals. And even when you are burning low burnt candles and that wick is able to hit the glass of that candle jar, it is causing the glass to get too hot, which could lead to shattering of that glass jar, which leads to house fires. So there's a big issue. Oh, and also goes to the economy, because when you're throwing away these low burnt candles, you are throwing away what is your money. You're paying for that wax, and you are throwing that away.
So with Natalie listing the current issues with the candle industry, we decided to come up with a solution. Solution being the candle elevator. Essentially, what the candle elevator will allow consumers to do is first use the candle, their favorite candles, to their fullest extent. Additionally, the candle elevator will be a twistable attachment located at the bottom of a candle jar so that consumers are able to lift and lower to their desired height to not run into any of the risks that Natalie listed previously. This leads us to our prototype. As of right now, we have a mechanical engineer developing our prototype, but we weren't able to get it in today. This is why I have my partner Natalie here to demonstrate the lifting and lowering of the candle wax. Again, essentially we will have an integrated twistable attachment that will work like chapstick, a deodorant stick, or even a glue stick. The wax will be attached to an elevator platform that consumers will be able to twist up with a threaded spiral.
So our revenue model. Our startup costs are going to be significantly lower than our competitors here due to the fact that we are not manufacturing. Our goal is not to manufacture these candle elevators, but rather patent it and sell it to manufacturers of these candles already, like Yankee Candle or Bath & Body Works. Our goal is to make this invention integrated into almost every candle in the industry today. So through our large collaborations, we are sure we can make up to $1,000 in this year alone. As we go on, this money will increase, but we're uniting with smaller candle companies right now, leading to a smaller increase of money.
And unlike your average candle that you see in the aisles of Walmart or Target or even Bath & Body Works, we are different. The candle elevator is meant for the candle to be used to its fullest potential. We don't want any candle wax left in that candle jar. We want our consumers to use up their favorite scent and be able to not only be better for the environment, but our wallets as well. Obviously, our target audience are candle users, but more deliberately, manufacturers. As of right now, we are in close contact with Viva Workshop, which is a small Etsy business, a small candle Etsy business. We've surveyed multiple people, and we found that just to get more feedback on the candle industry and what we can do to make our product better. You can follow us on Instagram at The Candle Elevator to get more contact information.
So investability. We know that our investors will be able to make a large profit with us due to us giving back 30% of our sales back to our investors. We came up with this percentage due to intensive market research of the candle industry itself. The candle industry in America today is $3.4 billion. There's a huge untapped profit that could be tapped into and hopefully profited off of.
And to wrap this whole presentation up, the candle elevator is not like your original candle. We are your candle elevator with a twist, literally. Not only will we be better for the environment, but your wallets as well. Not only are we making a change to your homes, but as well the world. Thank you so much, and here's our contact information if you guys want to email us. Thank you.
So great job on your pitch, and I think it's a really clever, innovative idea. Give me a little bit more detail on the cost and revenue. So how much you're going to sell the licensing for, what's a patent attorney cost, the development cost for the prototyping, that kind of stuff.
So as of today, patent attorneys are very expensive. So we're not in contact, but we have researched into getting a patent attorney. I do not know the cost off the top of my head, but I do know that it is quite expensive. So the money that we would win from this would go towards our fund of getting a patent lawyer. As of right now, I'm not sure of the manufacturing costs due to the fact that this is such a new invention. It's kind of like one of a kind. Never been done before.
So my wife is one of those candle fanatics. Every season you can walk in our house and you know what season it is just by this aroma. So my concern is similar. Some of the candles are already quite expensive. What do you anticipate the additional cost being once your product is paired with that candle?
So, like your normal candle that you're getting at Bath and Body Works, I know maybe your wife knows, they're ranging from like $18, $25. So we want to, well, we want to make it affordable to our candle users who maybe usually are buying their candles from Yankee or Bath and Body Works. We're averaging around $28, $30 for a candle because we want to provide candles with that attachment, and obviously we could grab them at Bath and Body Works or any other retailer.
Also, things like deodorant and chapstick already utilize the exact same platform that we would be using for a very low cost. Like you were getting chapstick for close to $2, $1.50. So it would not be too much more expensive just to add it into a candle.
Thank you.
So I apologize if you said this and I missed it, but is your application only at the manufacturing level, or is it going to be in a retrofit model as well, so that if I buy candles elsewhere, I can have some mechanism of yours to adjust to my candles?
So the attachment's actually going to be included with the candle. We're not selling it separately, so you wouldn't be able to use a candle at your own house and attach that piece to it, just because there is a thread that will have to connect the wax to the elevator. So it's going to be like at your other retailers that you would usually get your candle.
And one last thought, ladies. I think you might emphasize the safety feature, because I think there's a significant safety factor for the lighting of candles. So thank you.
Yeah.
Very well done, guys,
Thank
gals.
you.
Great presentation and interesting idea. On the patent attorney, I'm sure there's someone in the room who knows someone who can help you. So use your connections. I'll put my email down for you. And then secondly, just practically, the candle, you use the example of, a glue stick or chapstick or something like that. So the wick, practically, how does that work with the wick, and what's actually burning? Is that mechanism ever susceptible to the flame, and has that been thought through in terms of your prototype development?
Yeah, so in the prototype, the elevator platform itself is coated in a heat-safe plastic. It will not be metal on metal, because that will increase that metal to heat to the glass, which could increase that fracture of the glass. So it will be coated in a safe plastic coating, as well as the fact that our twistable attachment, we said the example of chapstick that has that like thing in the middle, but we're explaining that the twistable attachment that rotator will be on the outside platform, so it will not interfere with the wax burning.
I'll jump in. Great job, ladies, on your presentation. You guys did a good job of preparing and planning, and it is a problem, because I have the same problem burning my finger when I'm trying to light a candle. I wish there was a way, like the gentleman down there said, that you could somehow make it adaptable to the candles that you buy at Bath and Body Works or wherever, or that you can get at farmers markets when people make their own candles, because those are always really good candles too. So I don't know what that cost would look like or what that would do, but that would be a good thing.
Yeah, that was our plan at the beginning, but then we realized it would be hard to light the candle wick just because of like a magnetic feature for the elevator. Wouldn't really work out for lighting the candle and using its full purpose.
And then also the fact that this wax would need to be literally poured into the into the thing itself, so that it could, when hardened, rise as a whole unit. Because in order to put it on a pre-made candle, you would have to cut the bottom of the candle out, which with a glass container would be extremely difficult. We could make it for small. We have talked to our Etsy shop with the Viva workshop, which we would supply theoretically the candle thing so she could pour it in, but otherwise we don't know how to make it to the consumer. It'd be hard.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to take a brief pause. One of our supporters and somebody that's really passionate about youth entrepreneurship, number 44 in your program, number 1 in your heart, Zaire Franklin is here and wanted to say a few things to students, and just, I won't steal his thunder. We're over there talking about these student pitch competitions, and really appreciate Zaire's help and support. So, Zaire.
How you guys doing? Oh, I'm sorry. How you guys doing? Don't want to interrupt too much. Just want to say, really inspiring. Kind of watching you guys, seeing you guys, give you guys presentation. Just want to say thank you guys for coming out, putting so much work into your presentations. I understand exactly what it feels like. I had to do the exact same thing for my what's it called? My capstone for my finance degree. We came up. I actually had a really cool idea. I actually think they actually make the thing now. I should have actually went through with the business plan. But it was like basically a Bluetooth version of compacts, because we all us athletes use compacts to kind of keep the stem and the kind of electricity kind of breaks up your soft tissue, and you know, you use that on your phone. I was thinking, you know, use it on your flights. And so long story short, I gave the same presentation. I was nervous just like the rest of you guys. I put in a whole lot of work. I had to wear a suit and all that stuff. So I just want to say I understand what it's like to be in you guys' shoes. You guys are doing a great job. You guys are getting that way ahead of the game. I just want to encourage you guys to continue to water and feed that entrepreneurial spirit, because that's something that continue to carry you and develop you long throughout your life. God bless you guys for doing it in high school. I did it my senior year at college, so you guys already got the one up on me. So once again, I just want to say thank you guys. Also, too, I'm hosting an event tonight at Lucas Oil. It's for students your age, so it's a financial literacy academy, similar to the program that you guys got going on today. We're going to go through, we're going to teach you all the basics of investing, from budgeting, investing, and speculation. There will be a prize. It's at Lucas Oil. We'll be in the locker room. You'll get a chance to tour the stadium as well. I'll shoot Don some information so he'll get some 5 students that want to come and that are available. Is from 4 o'clock to 5:30 today. So if you're available this afternoon, we got 5 extra spots. Just wanted to give that opportunity to you guys. So once again, I just want to say thank you guys. Keep up the hard work. You guys are doing fantastic. I actually really kind of need that with the candles, because I always burn my fingers with the candles too. So I do the same thing. So.
All right, welcome everybody. My name is Ian. This is Joe, and our product is called the Aussie Charge.
I got a question for you guys. Do you guys carry a backup battery? If not, that's okay. 72% do not carry a backup battery with them. And over 163 million people suffer with low battery anxiety. This is an epidemic to our society, and we need a solution for this. So we made a thing for top 6 designs called the Decision Matrix. We used weighted specifications to fit the needs for our consumer, and made sure that it would give us our best solution.
So as we work through our final 6, these are some of our top 5, but our final solution looks like this. So you can see there are 2 elements to it. The first will plug into an outlet. There are a variety of outlets here. They could plug into any of those. We're also looking to move toward different power modes, such as USB or car charger. And then this other element will plug into your phone. You'll notice there's no wires included, and this is not a flaw in our design. This is part of it. We're looking to transport this, and similar to Bluetooth, and then this second piece will rectify that Bluetooth signal and put that right into your phone. So your phone won't even notice a difference. It's just like it's being charged from an outlet. So what are some of our features? First of all, it has a lot of range. So this is some of the up-to-date Bluetooth range estimators here. Ours is a little bit different, but we'll have similar range and features to Bluetooth. So you'll see it's up to about 600 feet maximum range with no obstructions. But in a house or office, looking at about 90 to 150 feet, which is still plenty of range to move around without a cord and go to different room to room and have plenty of freedom. We also have a lot of portability. So you'll see those 2 pockets up there, the average women's pocket and average men's pocket, and our prototype fits in both of these pockets. We're looking to get it down to the size of about one of those car chargers. I'm sure a lot of you have those in your car. We're looking to get it down to about that size, and we're looking to make it compatible with lots of different power sources. So our costs. So far, we're still in the prototyping stage, and we've gotten about $150 in funding from our school, which has really helped us to kickstart it, and we've gotten a good prototype. We know how it's going to work, but with our money that we're hoping to get today, we would continue in this prototyping stage and be able to have the funds to purchase the antennas that we need. that would allow us to continue and make this a working model. Our cost per unit, so we've estimated and found some bulk prices for the materials that we'll need eventually, and along with the assembly prices, we've talked with some professionals in factory business, and they've found that it's about $10 for the production, so $18 in total in cost per unit. And we're looking to sell it, backed up by market research, at about $50 a piece, which would bring us about $32 in revenue.
So our alternatives for this or our competition would be a portable battery, which we kind of beat that product with Aussie Charge with our lighter weight product, and there's no wire or tangling with our product. And the other competition is the Xiaomi Air Charge, which is not on the market quite yet, but it is another Bluetooth charging device, which is about the size of a mini fridge. It is made for like classrooms or offices and charges all the phones in the radius of the room, which our product would be more portable and a solo product to buy.
So what's our edge? What makes us better than our other competitors? First of all, we're really portable. We're eliminating the need for a cord, and we're eliminating these big bulky batteries that a lot of people are carrying around and just giving you straight from the wall power. Next is our price. At $50, we're competitive with some of the top backup batteries and other solutions to this problem, which makes us in competition with us. And paired with our cutting edge technology that is not currently on the market right now, we believe that we can take over the market.
So with our traction, currently we don't have any sales, but we have gotten the word out. We've had multiple presentations to adults and engineers. We've also given out these surveys on the side, as you see, which shows that they would 90% of people would buy a charger that has 30 feet of wireless range, and over 60% of them would pay over $40 for it.
So finally, what makes us investable? We're looking to expand to a large market. The tech business industry is really cutthroat and competitive, and so we believe our product needs to push this marketing and push our technology to put us above some of the other competitors in the market.
1 minute remaining.
We also think we have a lot of growth potential. We have some great ideas, and we think there are plenty of people, over 160 million just in America, that have a need for this and would be willing to buy this. And since it's comparable, we think we can reach a large market. We're also looking to put this into mass production, which would need a lot of initial costs that could offer a lot of return on investment once we put this into complete marketing. So thank you very much.
Great job, guys. Really innovative idea. I spent a lot of time just even thinking about, the solution and its different actually applications well beyond battery charging. But what does the IP, the intellectual property side look like? And is there are there existing patents on this type of device that you would be working off of or having to license, or is this something that you guys could uniquely own in terms of the actual design and innovation?
So I would say the closest thing to us right now is that Xiaomi Air Charge, which is currently not on the market. They say it's still in development. There's been quite a bit of coverage as it's an exciting idea, but ours is pretty different from that. They use 144 antennas, and we're just using one in the charger and one in the phone. And they're also charging more directly to phone. It would be more like when you wirelessly charge your phone and just put it on the pad. That's more what their technology is, and ours is more focused on Bluetooth. And so there's no real patent on wireless signal, electromagnetic signals. And so we would definitely look for a patent in our specific technology, but we're just not there to the complete working prototype. But we're definitely getting close.
Very impressive. Again, not being a technological person. So as I understand it, anywhere that you have a 110 outlet, you plug it in, you can use your phone. So from a mobile standpoint, from a mobility standpoint, traveling, ballparks, anywhere that you have those, is there any kind of uniqueness per phone or per model of phone that would limit the use?
The biggest limit that we've found is licensing prices. Apple requires licenses for chargers, so I don't know if anybody has Apple in the room, but if you plug your phone into a charger that's not Apple licensed, it will say this accessory is not supported. So that would be a future cost. I believe it's about $100 and $100 a month maybe that you have to pay Apple, and they have to have an inspector come out and approve your product. So that would be a future cost. Definitely in this initial stages, we would be working more toward Android just because it's easier to work with these phones. They're easier to charge and they have a more accessible charging port.
Great presentation, an interesting idea here. I'm just curious about, wireless charging is not very efficient as I understand it. So even further, extending your phone and its wireless charge from a pad that you physically sit it on to 90 feet away or whatever the case may be, feels like you're exacerbating that issue potentially. Could you speak to the efficiency of this potential technology here?
So our product would be a little slower than a normal charger. It would be like a normal workday is about 8 hours, so it would charge about 16% during that workday. It's usually for your phone to just be sitting on the side, not worrying about it while you're working, and then when you get done with work, you should have enough charge for the rest of the day.
I would also add, like at an event like this is a perfect example of where we would use our phone. So our seats are in the middle, so we don't have access to an outlet, and we live about 40 minutes away. So our drive, we're going to need Google Maps on the way home. And so just that 16% is enough to get us home on those Google Maps. And so if we were to have our charger plugged into the wall while this whole presentation is going, and then we'd have enough battery to get home.
Great job. When you think about barriers to entering a marketplace like this, what are some of the reasons we don't already see this product out and about?
I honestly couldn't answer that question. I think this is a great technology, and I think maybe this idea just hasn't come to a lot of people. We're used to, you just plug it into the wall, and a lot of times that does work at night. You're not going to need this product because you're just going to plug it into the wall, and that's fine. But for on-the-go ideas, we're still depending on this portable battery, but we found 72% of people aren't carrying this battery. So this is the solution that we think we have, but 72% of Americans are not using this solution at all.
Great presentation. I like your attire. You look very professional. I feel like you've been very informed. You've done your research. I appreciate that. And I know with this you younger folks, I tend to be on the older side of this, that low battery anxiety is a true thing. I see it with kids all the time. So I appreciate you're doing the research and trying to figure this out. Thanks.
No questions, just great presentation. You guys did a great job doing your research and putting it together, so excellent job.
Yeah, got it. All right, this is where we're going to take about a 10-minute break at any rate. Also, Zaire asked if he could meet the students. He's like really inspired to meet you guys. Maybe snap a few pictures as well. Other than that, we have about a 10-minute break. We'll be back with the next presentation. Thank you. embarrassing. Where's the slide?
You don't need it.
I know, but the students have it.
You don't need it.
Is it up? Yeah. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Well, and then after that, I'm going to introduce CICP.
Okay.
Sure. All right, I'm going to welcome everybody back. Thank you. Students, and I'm going to pull this up. While you see this searching, when you see this QR code, you might want to make sure you scan it. I want to thank our support and our sponsorship from TechPoint. And yes, there it is, the Indiana Venture Support Network. This is, as a lot of you guys have seen, there's no bad ideas at the regional level. And TechPoint and Indiana Venture Support, they want to work with you no matter what place you come in. Because again, at the regional level, they're invested. And so they want to have, you reach out to them. They want to take a look at your deck. They want to be able to work with you past today. So again, I highly recommend getting involved with TechPoint in their venture support program. I also wanted to have Ellen from CICP come up, say a few words. The Central Indiana Corporate Partnerships is just an amazing organization. We get to work with them. Actually, TechPoint is part of the CICP, and wanted Ellen to say a few words about CICP.
Thanks, Don. Hi, everyone. Like Don mentioned, my name is Ellen White. I am the Manager of Strategic Initiatives at Central Indiana Corporate Partnership, and we're really excited to be here and supporting STARTedUP Foundation's work through Innovate WithIN and their boot camp. Central Indiana Corporate Partnership is made up of the most prominent corporations, universities, and philanthropies in the region, and we have 5 branded initiatives which support that work, and those are AgriNovus, focused on ag bioscience, BioCrossroads, focused on life sciences, Connexus, which is focused on manufacturing, and then TechPoint, like Don mentioned, which is focused on tech. And then we have a 5th initiative which kind of spans across those, which is called Ascend and focused on workforce. You guys will likely have a variety of opportunities to engage with our branded initiatives across your workforce journey. But one of those more specific ways that we support entrepreneurship and ways that TechPoint specifically supports entrepreneurship is through the Venture Support Network. And so the way that that works is you can submit your pitch deck or your information about your small business to a group of professionals in the fields that I just mentioned who can then provide feedback and support on your pitch decks and on your businesses and just general guidance about improving your pitches. So I would really encourage you all to reach out. Obviously the QR code was up on the screen. And you can also check them out through TechPoint's website. So that's a great resource, and we're really excited to be able to share it with StartedUP and with all of you. Another purpose and mission of CICP is as a research entity, and CICP recently finalized, or is in the process of finalizing, a research study which is on entrepreneurship in the population. So this is a national study by the National Opinion Research Center that CICP and the National Opinion Research Center have recently brought specifically to Indiana and done research on perceptions and experiences with entrepreneurship in Indiana. And they found that the most common barrier to entrepreneurship in Indiana is not knowing how to get started. So CICP, through that research and through what we know about entrepreneurship, is really excited to support StartedUP. I'm really excited to support all of you as you break down some of those earlier barriers, as you learn how to get started even today in high school. So thank you so much for having us, and good luck.
Thanks, Ellen. And yeah, it's just a huge opportunity. Matter of fact, this is going to be a first for us a lot because of CICP support. This year, our boot camp that we're going to host in Indianapolis, it's going to be in person, a 2-day boot camp. We're going to be able to brainstorm and really dig deep, and that was, again, all because of CICP support. All right, we're going now to a flamethrower team from Westfield High School.
morning, judges. My name is Seth Nana, and I am the founder and CEO of Flamethrower Baseball. We are here today to promote our backpack made for pitchers by a pitcher. Now, I would like to introduce my other teammates.
I'm Jack Augenstein, the CTO, and I manage the online Shopify store.
I'm Josh Walwork, and I'm the CDO and head product designer.
So, two of the most obvious drawbacks that I have had as a pitcher is limited storage and limited organization. As you can see in the picture to the right, I cannot store all my items in my backpack, and there are not enough compartments to find what I need in a timely manner. This causes much unneeded stress. So we did a survey of 60 baseball pitchers, and on average, 83% of them said that they carry 2+ things outside of their backpack on game days. This proves most people share the same problems as I do. So the solution to this problem is we created a specialized backpack for pitchers made by an experienced pitcher. We designed spaces for a foam roller, shoulder tube, J-bands, lacrosse ball, a special compartment for shoes and spikes, a pliable holder with a carry bag, a place to put snacks and drinks, and a compartment for extra clothes. When talking to 60 pitchers about our backpack, 87% of them said they were really interested in our product.
We have decided that the material here is the amount of material necessary to make the backpack, and we approximated the total cost of the material to be about $30. With the total cost of production being about $35, including shipping, and our projected price point per bag being $80, we expect, which is relatively low in sports bags, our net profit will be about $45.
In order to reach our potential customers, we will advertise on 3 social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Why we chose these 3 platforms is because Instagram and Twitter allow us to connect to our intended demographic, which are young high school pitchers and college pitchers as well. We also intend to advertise on Facebook because it will allow us to connect with coaches and parents, which will allow us to connect to players and their children as well. Now, what makes Flamethrower Baseball unique? Well, we help pitchers be more organized and carry more equipment, which is something current generic backpacks on the market cannot offer. We also take in direct feedback from pitchers, which allow us to design our backpack with their needs in mind.
So this screen illustrates our competitive price point. Now, I would like to go over the pros and cons of each competing backpack. So Rawlings backpack, the positives of it is they're roomy and it has also good quality. However, it has limited compartments and no place to put a glove, shoulder tube, or foam roller. Now, Driveline Baseball has a place to put a glove, and that is also roomy as well, but it has limited compartments, and again, no place for a foam roller and shoulder tube. Now, DeMarini's backpack is roomy, and there's also a pocket for snacks and drinks. However, it is overpriced and is really bulky.
Flamethrower Baseball's backpack will be a backpack like no other, with enough space to fit all of a pitcher's equipment in one single backpack, and it will have specifically designed compartments for each piece of equipment that a pitcher carries. We will also include the optional personalization to represent your school or yourself with a team logo or a name on the outside of the backpack. We also plan to expand to two-way players and softball pitchers and develop custom designs for them.
As for traction, we've ran several surveys gauging customer interest, and we've also taken in suggestions from pitchers in our design process. We've sent this final design to our manufacturer, and we also have a website with an interest form, and out of those people that have shown interest, 2 of them are professional players, Gage Stanifer and Mark Simon, both players for the Toronto Blue Jays.
We have decided to partner with Emmy to bring this product to life. Emmy is a large local manufacturing company that specializes in safety equipment, so we can be rest assured that they will bring in top-tier quality. We have with Brett Bordache, who is a specialist in soft materials and even has experience making backpacks. Brett is interested in
1
making
minute remaining.
the prototype because his brother was a pitcher in Major League Baseball. So I've made a drawing, and we are working with them and currently waiting for the prototype to be made.
We also wanted to share with you that a NCAA Division I college pitcher heard about our backpack and commented that he thought we had a really cool idea and that our backpack was something he could really use. This just demonstrates the need for our backpack at every playing level. So, why should you invest in Flamethrower Baseball? Not only has our website been launched and we have received multiple requests to purchase our product is unique among other backpacks in the market. If promoted correctly, it will only increase its sales as time goes on. If we won the $1,000, we'd like to put $800 into manufacturing more backpacks and $200 into advertising and marketing our product. Thank you so much for listening. Can I answer any questions for you?
What's the current timeline for getting the prototype done? The reason I ask here is if you can ship a prototype to a couple Blue Jays players and a Ball State pitcher and have them start promoting on social media, I mean, I think it's ready to go.
A couple backpacks to them, and then obviously our Toronto Blue Jays players so that they can get it out to their social media.
I see the interest at a level at college and professional. I fail to see it at high school because from my experience, high school, unless it's changed a lot, the pitcher, when he's not pitching, is playing shortstop or he's playing center field or he's playing third base or whatever. So they're a lot less specific positions oriented. Is your goal at the college and professional level, or are you looking at the high school level as well?
The game has evolved a lot. Like I always started as a PO my freshman year. Just on varsity, there are 6 POs for Westfield. And then JV and for the freshman team also have 4 to 5 as well. So it's really evolving. And I mean, this is almost every team, like at top level, like your 4A schools in Indiana, there's an average of 4 to 5 probably POs. So, and the arm care is constantly evolving, which is making us carry this amount of stuff, which is a huge problem, especially if you're having to walk so far. Yeah.
Have you, just curious, great idea and presentation.
Thank you.
I think I understand that baseball players and their shoulders are something that should be, considered and protected with anything that you're kind of carrying on your back or over your shoulder. How has that gone into the design, and what kinds of feedback have you gotten from the players on that front?
Yeah, so I don't think that the carrying aspect of it is like the backpack or the weight on the shoulder. It doesn't really affect you that much, but having to like carry a bunch of like excess stuff outside like this, it really like stresses your forearms, which your forearms also work with your elbow, which goes up to your shoulder. So we really wanted to make sure that everything that a pitcher would need to have proper shoulder care is in the backpack, not outside.
Great visual design work on the presentation.
Thank you.
With the brand name specifically alluding to it being a pitcher, do you think that might inhibit any expansion into other positions or even sports?
Yeah, so the two-way market is kind of shaky because they still need bats, and they don't care as much about their arm care, I would say at least. So they don't carry a bunch of excess stuff. So we're more focused on the pitchers only aspect of it, but yeah.
Great presentation. I like the tie, how it goes along with your product here. So as a mom, I have a son who played baseball, and we did a lot of travel baseball. So and he was a pitcher as well. So I see the need for this. I think it's great. But I also know, and maybe you're different, but my son would never use a compartment. Everything just got thrown in the backpack, and then mom had to clean it out later. So I wonder about the compartment piece of it, if that's, I understand the concept, it'd be great, but I'm not sure if young men are going to use the compartments, but maybe you can tell me otherwise.
Yeah, so the compartments is more just so that you can do like a guess and check, or a check, I guess, just to make sure that you have everything, because I'm sure you've had your son misplace a couple things, and you have to go back to the field, you're scrambling, oh my gosh, where's my cleats? Like, it's way too much unneeded stress, and I think with the compartments, it's just going to make it way easier for them.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just not sure that you all will use them quite yet.
Yeah, that's why we're more targeting like the older markets, so you have your high school, college,
Yeah.
and professional, because they take obviously a little bit more care of their stuff than your average
True.
middle schooler.
Yeah, true. And then I was glad, I had a question about softball pitchers, if you had been talking to them, but I think you answered that you had talked to some of them, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Great job, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Come on in, guys. One of the things we're really excited about, Acton Academy students are coming in. These are the future entrepreneurs. And students, just so you know, you're on your best media behavior, they're going to be interviewing you during lunch. So again, Acton Academy students are coming in, and thank you, JD, good to see you. And yeah, they wanted to see some high school pitches because they're aspiring to be like you guys. So we think that's awesome. Yes, again, they'll be interviewing you at lunch. Also want to thank our friends of the IDC, and actually, Mr. Watkins, because our future high school entrepreneurs and our future elementary entrepreneurs are here, I'd like to have you say a few words about your role at the IDC.
On the spot. Well, yeah, thank you all for being here. The Indiana Economic Development Corporation is the state's lead economic development agency, and my team specifically focuses on entrepreneurship and small business development. Some people are aware of generally small businesses driving economic vitality across the state, aware that small businesses create jobs, but it's an even bigger impact than that. So 99.4% of all businesses in the state of Indiana are small businesses. 99.4, that's 9 out of 10. If you're talking to somebody who has a business, you're patronizing a business, you're walking into a store, you're meeting somebody at a farmer's market, that's a small business. Those people make communities around the state places that we want to live, that we want to work, that we want to play. 534,000 of those small businesses across the state. The IEDC is focused on making sure that entrepreneurs know where to start, they know how to start, but then they know also can access resources to grow, to bring in financing, whether that be debt and equity, capital sources. We obviously support organizations like STARTedUP Foundation to make sure that the next generation of entrepreneurs is getting catalyzed today for what could be the next Eli Lilly in 30, 40, 50, 100 years down the line. It should be no surprise to all of the students. You may not think of it this way today, but Lilly Corporation is a good example. So is Simon Property Group, or Cummins, or Allison Transmission. These are some of the largest, oldest, most revered companies in the state of Indiana, and those are actually the names of the entrepreneurs who started them. That was their name. It wasn't a branding initiative on the very front end. That was their actual name. All of those were started by somebody who had an idea, like you've had today, and they pitched it probably quite a few times. And they encountered significant barriers and resistance, and some of those that could have been their fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh idea before they finally got that one that really took off and grew. So I would just encourage you, the team at STARTedUP Foundation, the opportunity to participate and innovate within is a significant one. It is the largest high school pitch competition in the country. Indiana is leading the way in supporting the growth of our entrepreneurs from the earliest stage. For me, the exciting part is certainly all of you who have made it here to the regional finals. You know, that's 10 outstanding teams, and each of you, I have no doubt, will have extremely bright futures, whether you choose to pursue entrepreneurship or whether you enter into the workforce or whether you do some other type of activity post-high school, post-college. You're going to do really well. The exciting bit for me is the fact that 3,000 other students, and now probably if we added up the last 5 years, we're talking 10,000. 10,000 other students across the state of Indiana, perhaps for the first time, perhaps for the 10th time, had an entrepreneurial thought. And while I'd love to interview all of you today and then interview you 30 years from now and see how that experience had an impact on your trajectory, whether that ended up being as an entrepreneur or working in some other type of environment, I think we can all agree that type of activity and nurturing that type of entrepreneurial mindset is good for the state. It's good for generating great citizens. I think all of us up here on the judging panel, if I may speak for them, we're not doing this type of thing in high school. I know I wasn't, so kudos to you for the work that you're doing. You should be very proud of yourselves.
All right, with that, Team Usher from Delta High School, you guys are up next, followed on deck by Red Applications.
She would wake up, get him ready, go to school, go to work, go through their evening routine, and then she would be up late studying or finishing homework. Her high school experience was different from anyone she knew in her small town. She was a 17-year-old high school student raising a child on her own. She is my mom. In an effort to wrap her mind around all of her responsibilities, she decided to attend a traditional therapy session. And she took away one thing from this therapy session. She felt like her therapist didn't understand her. And she's not alone. There are students who have parents going through a divorce. There are students who suffer from extreme bullying. And there are students who have lost family members. But all of these students have one thing in common. They are lost and don't know what to turn to. Hi, everybody. My name is Caden Thomas, and I'm the founder of Usher. Usher is a student-to-student therapy platform. We enable students an opportunity to anonymously share their thoughts, feelings, and life experiences with like-minded and age-appropriate peers who can truly understand and relate to one another. We have a great idea of this problem space because as a student myself, I'm in the direct demographic of this target audience. According to the Institute of Educational Sciences, 88% of schools acknowledged that they currently do not provide their students with the necessary resources to combat mental and emotional health issues. As students, sharing your thoughts and expressing your feelings can be hard. Usher makes it easy. As you can see on the screen, this is a prototype of our digital platform. Students will have 4 different functions that they can utilize. They can journal their thoughts, share with peers, have conversations, and read through our provided self-help guides. At Usher, we have created the only platform that allows students to communicate with one another on common ground. And frankly put, our competition is outdated. Being a digital platform, Usher is easily accessible and always available. We can make an impact on millions of students. Considering there are 16 million high school students and an annual customer value of $100, our initial market is valued at $1.6 billion in the US alone. Yes, I said billion. Now, this market is just representative of the US. So just imagine what kind of market opportunity is present from a global standpoint. We bucket our expenses into 3 primary sectors: One, operational. What it will cost to run our business on an annual basis. Two, personnel. What it will cost to hire employees to regulate and create material for our platform. And three, marketing and outreach. What it will cost to engage students from within our target market. At Usher, we provide help that is student affordable. With a $10 monthly or $100 yearly subscription, our students will be able to journal their thoughts, share with peers, have conversations, and read through our self-help guides. Now, we did lots of research to come up with these subscription package costs. In one of our surveys, we found that 26% of parents said that they were willing to spend $50 a month or more to buy Usher. And 75% of parents said that they were willing to spend $10 a month or more for Usher. It's important to touch on where we are today. After a very successful market research phase, where over 80% of students said that our platform would improve their daily lives, we are now in the platform development phase. This consists of implementing our initial designs into a website that all students will soon be able to use. And after this, we will begin a rolling beta test to evaluate how users are interacting with our platform. And after public launch, we will be in a continuous user feedback and iteration cycle to see how we can improve students' lives everywhere. This competition can have an immediate benefit on Usher as a business. With an investment of $1,000, we will be able to launch our initial marketing campaigns on Facebook and TikTok. We estimate that we will gain 25 new students, which is a very modest estimation considering, and we will have an annual recurring revenue of $2,500, which will more than 2x your initial investment. When we zoom out and look at Usher from the bigger picture, we would like to think about what impact a larger investment could make. With an investment of $25,000, we will be able to grow our ARR to $60,000 in just 12 months. This only requires 600 paying students. Additionally, we will be able to create a system that matches students based on relevant experiences. With outdated alternatives, Usher's digital platform aims to better the mental and emotional health of all students. This is a platform made for students, by students. Thank you, everybody.
I'm going to start off. So, young man, outstanding presentation.
Thank you
We
very
listen
much.
to presentations every day at the State House, and that was exceptional. Great job.
I really do appreciate that.
Yeah. I think this is well needed at this point and where our society is at today. I worry about a few things. So I worry about the self-help guides, like who is guiding, where are you getting, who's creating the self-help guides, and it's peer-to-peer. I love that because I think we are out of touch with what our young folks are going through. So I appreciate that. I just worry about some of the details when you have a peer who could be in trouble on how do you reach out, what's your responsibility to ask other people for help when you get somebody who's in need like that.
That's a great question. And actually, in our expenses slide, we covered personnel, and one of those was a creative digital creator. So they would cover the personal guides, and they're professionally trained in that category. And were you asking about the go-to-market strategy? Was that your second question?
Well, when one of your peers is having an issue where you need to get police involved or somebody other than a peer involved, whose responsibility is that?
Yeah.
And how would that work?
Well, I think we are able to eliminate this issue because one of our biggest factors is that we are completely anonymous. You won't know anything about the other person. So if you're in the same school and you're using our platform, you will know nothing. You won't know their name, you won't know their address, and you won't know where they're from. So that is a really big aspect about Usher, and that's what makes it completely anonymous. Thank you.
Kind of piggybacking the question Rep. Davis had. When it's peer-to-peer and you're talking about mental health, my concern would be, as you begin this platform, is there training that's going to be associated with it? When you're dealing with someone with mental issues, you have to be careful. You have to tread lightly. So I guess kind of my concern is there going to be training? Is there going to be guidance or parameters
So if you
Yes.
could elaborate a little bit.
Yes, thank you for that question. With the $25,000 prize money, a big part of that would go towards developing an AI system that matches students and also filters out any bad language. So a big thing that I should point out is we create common ground for students that no other platform has been able to do. Because quite frankly, mental health and awareness has been shined upon, and then no one really looks at it and tries to develop something. And we create a common ground for students to do that.
I will go ahead and ask about your customer acquisition strategy. So how do you get people on the platform? Are you selling to students? Are you selling to parents? Or are you selling to schools? Or all of the above? How would you go about doing that?
Great question. Our customer acquisition would go towards school-by-school marketing campaigns. So we would actually have in-person events where we are talking to students, and basically after that, it's product-led growth. Once one student hears about it, it's going to go on and on and on. As a high school student myself, that's how everything spreads, and that's how we predict for Usher.
I don't have any questions, but very well done.
Thank you.
Great presentation. Appreciate your passion for this. As a parent of a high schooler, I think this is a powerful tool here. I'm curious, and I hate to even ask this question in the context of the subject matter, but how do you measure the efficacy of this beyond? I think you can measure retention of your customers and clients, et cetera, but are there other things that you're thinking about in terms of how you measure the impact or efficacy of the product?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that measuring that is big with, are you talking about filtering language and anything that could be negative and getting that out of the way?
I think it's another important point, content moderation,
Yeah.
if that's even a thing. The anonymity, I think, gets to that point. But more so thinking about how do you know it's working? How will you define its impact?
Yeah. Well, I think looking at when we get users, that's a great initial thing to look at. But then after that, how long they're actually using our platform. If someone has it and they're using it every single day, it shows it's working. And that's how we're going to know. Usher is going to be profitable, and it's going to be a business that has a great impact on students everywhere.
Also thought you did a great job.
Thank you.
Thanks for the work you're doing here. Back to content moderation a little bit. If just a point of clarity, are you saying that it wouldn't be moderated by a professional? That there wouldn't be someone on there at all times making sure that people are giving sound advice or not causing harm? Or would you expect that the community would police itself?
I don't expect the community to police itself. We would hire somebody to moderate this manually. But the AI system would filter out lots of negative aspects of that. And that's the only reason I even brought up the AI. So it can filter out some of it, but yes, someone would definitely need to be there to manually moderate. Great question. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Up next is Red Applications. Team Red Applications. Before they take stage, I want to thank our sponsors, the ISBDC. And for those who don't know this, all the regional finalists had time to spend with their SBDC counselors. I think it's one of the things that really makes this unique. A lot of the students are just discovering the ISBDC for the first time, and the fact that the state is putting in resources to make sure they're successful beyond today has really been a huge, huge help. Matter of fact, one of the number one things we hear every year is how much they enjoy their time brainstorming and improving with their SBDC counselor. All right, you guys ready? All right. So you know, that's the advanced people have been pointing at the lasers. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. 1 year ago, I came to this same competition, and I presented it from the judges, and I explained how me, moving from Mexico to United States, from a high school in Mexico, from a high school to United States, it was a big struggle for me, especially in the English barrier. And I explained to you guys how this struggle motivated me into creating a software called Tutors. Well, a lot has changed in this past year. For starters, I've associated myself with my new partner here, Edgar Medina. He's been through a very similar experience as mine, as he moved from Venezuela to Westfield, Indiana only about a year ago, and has also had to learn the English language. Both of us fell in love working together. Both of us working together, we fell in love. Working together, we fell in love with the idea of helping students find the help they need. And our way of doing this was tutor us. But after working a full year with Westfield principal, Ms. Denniston, we realized there's a lot more problems in schools than just the ones I identified this last year. And this is what has brought us here today. I'm Liam Lloyd, and this is Edgar Medina, and we are the co-founders of Red Applications. The best way for you to get to know us is through our mission. Our goal as a company is to be the ones to give the students the tools they need to be successful, both academically and socially.
And our vision to complete these goals is to completely revolutionize the school's educational systems by using the newest technologies at our disposal, be constantly creating new tools and improved methods for students to use. But how are we doing this? Well, we currently created 3 softwares that work within the K-12 school's educational systems. We have our first software, TutorUs, which is in the left one. Tutor is a software we created to help students find tutors from the National Honor Society. Then we have our second software, Clubs, which provides a personalized platform for the students where they can learn about each club's mission, activities, and easily join the ones that interest them most. Then we have our third and last software, It's Social, which is a calendar we created that works as a platform for students where they can keep track of all of the events going on in school, from sports events to club meetings, for example.
I apologize, for some reason the visuals aren't working. But how are we going to revolutionize the school experience? Who here has heard of artificial intelligence? Well, Red Applications is going to integrate artificial intelligence with the educational system. But before I explain to you guys how we're going to do this, let's compare. Let's see how schools work today. This is our Westfield High School portal. 26 independent apps, each working separately from each other, making it almost impossible for students like us to navigate them and to truly be able to get the benefits of each of them. So what Red Applications is going to do is connect all of them using AI and allowing students to access it through a chatbot. We call it AI Hub. For you to understand how we're doing this, we're setting a scenario. Let's say you're a student that just failed your pre-calculus test and you're scheduling for a retake. Again, it's not working, but I would just look at me here. So you can go to the chat and you can request the AI bot to help you to schedule for your retake. And this can easily, accessing the school's database that's connected to the 26 apps, will be able to help you schedule for your retake. But taking it over and above, AI Hub can also help you study for your retake. Accessing your previously failed test, seeing what problems you got wrong and what subjects specifically you got wrong, it can help you study specifically in this area, a lot more than what a teacher can do when she's dealing with a lot of students. So in this case, the AI Hub helped the student by creating a quiz personalized in the area where he needs the most help. In this scenario, let's say, for example, that the student didn't understand how to do the second problem. Well, it can also ask AI Hub for help. Instead of just providing the student with the answer, it will provide with an explanation of how to answer it, working as some kind of tutor. But let's say that the student still doesn't understand how to solve the question. Well, it can ask for a real-life tutor. AI Hub, accessing the school's database that's connected to TutorUs, can provide the student with all the available tutors that can help them. This is a scenario we set where AI Hub is using 3 of the 26 available apps to help the student. Imagine all of the endless possibilities that we can help students.
All right, our innovation is all about 3 main points. Our first point, our program provides the student with access to all relevant school data through a user-friendly interface. Our second point, the student gets personalized assistance from our AI Hub, which is capable to answer countless questions and also provide tailored support. And our third point, this also generates personalized study guides for students in order for them to be well prepared and equipped for academic success, which at the end of the day is our goal for students. Now let's talk about numbers. We have 3 plans. Plan A, including those softwares, costing $5 per student. Plan B,
1 minute remaining.
those software costing $6 per student. And lastly, Plan C, including all of them and costing $7 per student.
It's important to clarify that we're selling 2 schools as 1-year subscriptions, meaning that every year the school will have to make a repayment of this price. So again, visuals. So starting off, we're going to sell to Hamilton County, since this is where we have the most experience. As I mentioned, all of this year we've been working with Westfield Principal Ms. Denniston, and we've been able to expand our networking in this area. After this, we're going to sell to schools in Indiana. Indiana has like 800 schools, and we have a target market worth around $3.3 million annually. And our last phase is the whole United States with 20,000 schools and 15 million students plus. We have a target market worth $100 million annually. So we estimate that if we start selling in 2024, we will reach breaking even point by 2026. As well, we've planned a selling plan that is meant to grow exponentially. In 2027, we estimate that we can bring in $2.7 million, doubling from our previous year, 2026. Ultimately, we see the educational system as flawed, and we see this as opportunities for us to grow as a company and to help these students the best way we can. I'm Liam Lloyd.
This is Edgar Medina.
This is Red Applications. Thank you. We had an awesome presentation prepared for you guys, and I'm sorry that didn't work.
No, the presentation was still really good, guys. And
thank you.
By the way, the presence to be in front of people pitching and to still be able to move through that and explain the product quite well is a skill in and of itself. So
thank you.
Nothing to be apologetic about. My question, I guess, is what have you learned about the school sales cycle and kind of the appetite for the pricing of the product, the availability? Clearly, you're working very closely with Westfield High School. That's a big high school, per student cost basis. That's a pretty attractive sale opportunity. What's the timeline to getting to that kind of sale opportunity?
So we've learned a lot this full year. At the beginning, we were actually selling apps, but for several privacy reasons and talking to lawyers and stuff, we shifted to softwares so that it integrates within the high schools, their webpage. That way we're not touching any of their schools' database. It's just integrated within them. So that's something real important that we learned through this year. We've also shifted. Before we had a stable price that we'd sell to every high school, but we realized after working with Westfield and talking to other high schools, the best way to put a price tag in our softwares is per students, because that's how schools measure their expenses. They measure how much money they're spending per student in their high school.
If you would, and I think you touched on it early on, elaborate on your personal experience that gave you the motivation to develop this.
Yes, so I moved here from Mexico to Westfield, Indiana last summer. And when I got here, my English was not very good, and I was struggling a lot in classes. And I tried going with my teachers for help, and they having 100+ students and 5 classes a day, it was really hard for them to really be able to help me independently. So that's kind of what gave me the motivation to create Tutorus, which is the first software we created. And it's a software that helps students be able to connect with others, students from the National Honor Society. So it's like the smartest of the smartest, and it's kind of helping each other to raise academic standards. And Edgar here has been through an almost identical situation moving from Venezuela to here to Westfield.
Great presentation, guys. This is
Thank
really
you.
interesting. Just two very quick questions. One, what's the age range you're targeting? I don't think I caught that earlier.
Yeah, so we're focusing in middle school to high school, and in the future to colleges around there. We're not going under middle schools because, well, this is a personal belief. We're not set on it. We're able to adjust, but I believe that AI technologies isn't something under middle school should be focusing in. I think they're still in a very early stage of development where they should focus in the more common school grounds. But once they get through middle school and high school, I think there's a very amazing opportunity and tool for these students.
And then on the multitude of apps that the AI agent would be communicating with, have you had conversations with any of those platforms to understand like the privacy issues and breaking through the firewall, whatever security they have in place, access the data?
So here it is. You can actually see Tutorus right there. It's right there. It's a little brag. But most of these apps, they are, for example, where is it? Khan Academy. That's one we're working very closely with because they're the ones that, it's a very cool app that helps students
to learn, study. So that's one we've been working on very closely. They actually already have an AI program, and it's open source, meaning that we can use it. So that's a big tool that we're going to be using to develop this, as well as most of these softwares and apps are in the high school's system, or what is it, database, meaning that if we have a partnership with the school, most of these are already set to be a part of it. And there are independent ones that we will have to be sure that we can connect with them, but that's just just reaching out to them and making sure everything's fine with them.
A question specifically for Liam here. If I understood correctly, the last time you did this, it was the Tutor Us presentation. I appreciate the ambition of this pitch. What led you to go bigger and broader with this idea?
So as I was doing Tutor Us, there was a lot of problems. So I tried to expand Tutor Us to sell to other high schools, but a big problem I saw when doing that was that they needed proof of concept, meaning that I could prove that it was working, meaning that this whole year I haven't really been able to sell to other ones because I have to prove first that it worked in Westfield. And so I wasn't really focusing on expanding anymore in the meantime. I did reach out to some high schools, but through this time I noticed there's so many other problems. And AI just coming out, I saw this as a huge opportunity for us to really take this market and to really be able to be some of the first ones. Because right now there isn't much competition because this technology is just coming out. But I'm sure that there's going to be tons of people that are coming into this market and see this opportunity just as we do. So we want to be one of the first ones there to take advantage of it.
So great job, guys. I applaud you for stepping up and coming out here and creating this, and you seeing a problem that's affected both of you and probably your families as well and friends, and for trying to make a difference in creating something. So I also applaud Westfield, your principal, for helping. It looks like she's bought in too. So a question, did I hear you say something about academics are important? I get that, but so is the social part of middle school and high school. So did you say something about socially?
Yes.
This as well?
Yes.
Can you explain that again?
So we have, you want to explain this? So yeah, we don't want to only facilitate students' lives, but we want to integrate, like make a real ambiente, environment, a good environment for students where they integrate each other. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why he said socially. So we have two softwares. So the initial one was Tutors, that's the first one, and right now we're developing two more softwares called Clubs and EdSocial, yes. And those two are more focused socially, kind of to help students be a part of their school community and to really get out there.
Love that. You guys, I applaud you for taking that step and taking that initiative.
Thank you.
Because it's not just you, but it's so many other students that face that same challenge. So hats off to you guys for being so innovative and looking that direction.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Great job, guys.
Alrighty. Next team's up for Ho-Oh team. Thank you, very good. You guys are all ready?
Good morning. Our product is the Ho Cleanser, and my name is Ethan Weir, and I am the co-founder. And my name is Jaden Smith, and I'm also the co-founder. So we have a problem. Over 1.5 billion tubes of toothpaste are thrown away into landfills each year. And people are using way too much toothpaste at one time because of, people are using too much toothpaste and they're being thrown into landfills. But thankfully, we have a solution. Our product will reduce the amount of plastic waste circulating in the Earth's environment. It will be reusable and biodegradable, unlike the current toothpaste tubes we see today. It will also reduce the time it takes brushing from 2 minutes to less than a minute. And this is great for kids who hate brushing their teeth at night and just having to waste that time. It will also eliminate flossing, which I'll talk about later. But flossing takes time, and some of us don't have that time in the morning or at night, right before we go to bed, to floss properly. Now, by making our product subscription-based, the customer never has to go to the store to buy our product. It'll be shipped to them monthly, and it'll save them roughly $20 to $40 per month on hygienic products because they have to just buy our toothpaste.
instead of buying floss and mouthwash as well.
Our prototype is made of two main points. The first is the activation pill, which is comprised of yeast and other catalytic chemicals that will react with the solution to form a paste in your mouth. The solution is composed of water, hydrogen peroxide, soap, and flavoring to put it in your mouth, use its mouthwash, and it will clean out your teeth.
Now, our unique value with our product is that it is the only current toothpaste to go fully online and be fully subscription-based, as well as our product is fully eco-friendly, and it cleans in between the grooves of teeth, just like a mouthwash or a floss would do, except you don't need to use that. You can just use our product. As well as, our product will be made out of oxy-biodegradable plastic, which is a slower type of biodegradable plastic than hydro-biodegradable. However, it is much more cost-efficient and more machine-friendly than any other type.
Last year alone, the market of toothpaste was around $35.5 billion. This market will have at least a 3.92% yearly growth starting this year. With this market growing so quickly, it is definitely possible to make a breakthrough and gain traction and momentum in a dominated field. 83% of millennials and 85% of Generation Z adults and adolescents are worried about plastic waste in the earth. Based on the statistic, our ideal customers would be parents and adults in their 20s to 30s because they'll be helping not only save the environment, but then they just don't have to go to the store and save time.
$307,170,000 used used toothpaste in 2020. And people need to use a new toothpaste tube roughly every 40 days. So that equates to over 13 billion tubes being thrown into landfills in just the year 2020. Now, if we can capture 0.000% of that market, which is only 2,500 sales in our first year, we believe that we can turn a profit. Now, our total cost of goods sold, if we hit that projection, would be $10,000, leaving us with $15,000 in gross margin. And our total fixed business expenses on that would be $7,415, with our other business expenses totaling $1,750. Now, if we get to our goal of 2,500 sales, that will equate to $25,000 in revenue in our first year, which generates a net income of $1,835. Now, in order to break even on our product, we would need to sell 2,152 products within our first year. So we believe that our goal of 2,500 is very realistic.
I'm going to be talking about some of our strengths, and one of our main strengths is demand. People brush their teeth, and they want new, innovative ways to do this. Another strength that we think is worth talking about is our social network. Between the two of us, we know at least one person in every state in the United States, and this means that our outreach can be far greater than other startups. However, we do have some weaknesses, and an area which we lack is experience. We've never ran a business, managed employees, or even looked at a revenue stream, but we can certainly learn and adapt. Some opportunities that we can act on is the freedom of flossing. No one likes to floss and have those bloody gums, and our product can appeal to many of those people because of this. And one of our greatest threats is going out of business. Any business owner would tell you that gaining traction is the hardest part of starting a business, but we have a plan for this. We have made and sent out a survey to people across the country to tell us who exactly would be interested in our product. To our surprise, almost 80% of the students surveyed don't brush their teeth twice a day, and 22% of these don't brush daily. When asked if they would try our product to make their lives easier, a whopping 73% said that they would. But how do we get there? With an investment of just $1,000, we can start buying chemicals and start chemical testing, and this shouldn't take more than 3 months. This will help us get breakthroughs and make future deals with future brands and entrepreneurs.
Thank you for your time. We will now be taking questions.
Looking through your handout, it looks like the cost for the the toothpaste is about $10, right?
That would the cost is like $5. That's what we're selling it for is $10.
Selling for $10, okay, plus shipping on top of that?
No, the shipping is worked into
That's
the
worth
$5
10.
of cost.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, great job on your presentation and being, it looks like you've done your research and you know what you're talking about. So have you, I learned this in legislation, so you got to talk to the people who are going to be against this. So have you talked to dentists? I don't know if they're going to be against it. I'm just throwing that out there. Have you talked to dentist office on not actually brushing your teeth? I mean, that's a concept that's been around a long time, so I'm just wondering if you've done any conversations about that.
We haven't actually talked to any like dentists or professional about this, but we do think that they will see it as a positive, because when you walk into the dentist and they ask, have you been flossing? No, you haven't. Let's be honest. But with the freedom of flossing, I think that they will see this as more of a positive than a negative, and that they will be more likely to appreciate the idea more because of this.
Great. Can I ask one more question? Yeah. So maybe I missed something in the beginning. So this is a pill that you all are designing that is going to, it's going to work just like brushing my teeth and flossing and mouthwash?
So you put the solution in your mouth and you switch it around, and because the solution is at a much higher density than water, it will get into your teeth better, and it will actually lift up those pieces of food in your teeth. And the chemical, or not the chemical, the pill that would go in your mouth with the solution that's still there would actually foam your mouth up full of like a paste that you would then swish around, and then you would rinse and spit out.
And is there a time, like I need to leave it in my mouth for 30 seconds, 20 seconds, a minute?
Around 30 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Great job, gentlemen. Talk me through the name a little bit.
So we came up with the name HOO because it is the chemical formula for hydrogen peroxide, which is the main chemical in our solution that we are going to hit on. And I think that just because of that, I think it's a big point in our company. So that's why we wanted to go with something big like that.
Nice presentation, guys. This is interesting. I think about after I have a steak, what's going on in my mouth, and a pill, lifting that out is going to be quite impressive. How do you, well, I guess you can figure some of these things out through testing, and that's your first step, and I think that's a really important piece. Just kind of philosophically, it seems like there are two ways to approach this use. One is, getting more people to combat, healthy or unhealthy issues, gingivitis, whatever else is going on, from that standpoint, and efficiency as the other side of the coin. How are you guys thinking about those two things and approach, and your approach to your go-to-market strategy once you get this together?
Yeah, so our market strategy is going to be to target those 20 to 30-year-old people, and we plan to do that by using ads on like social media platforms like TikTok and Instagram, because that's where our demographics will land. So we, stand to land there, and then hopefully we can get our goal of 2,500 in the first year of that. Health or efficiency? Oh, okay, I see. Well, it started out as more of like a more of like a health, but then we realized, like I was doing some testing and stuff, that it actually is, like saves time and so it's very efficient, but we started off with the health.
Very well done. Are there any FDA requirements, any restrictions, any limitations that you've considered or that would apply to your product?
Yeah, and we plan on getting into that around June after we have a specific formula down, after we've chemical tested and over and over again. And we have lawyers in Illinois and Indiana that have been, that aren't in patents or FDAs or any of that, but they know people that are. And through those connections, we can find people to help us with getting that product FDA approved and moved into the next stage, which is biological testing.
So it's on your radar and in your time.
Yes.
Great job.
Thank you.
Alrighty, that wraps it up for the pitches. First, big round of applause for everybody. I will now wish good luck with our judges. They can, good luck. Not an easy task. You guys can go ahead. We'll grab your lunches. You guys can go back to the judges' room. Participant students, do not leave. We want to grab some pictures with y'all and also the educators that came with you as well. And we're going to grab some pictures here after that. Other than that, you guys can go ahead and go around that way and pick up your lunches. All right. Otherwise, yeah, lunches for everybody. Oh, yes. Oh, the judges with students. Okay. Judges first with students. Okay. Yeah, other than that, participants and parents, grab your lunch. Again, sponsored, and thank you to IKORCC for providing everybody's lunch. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Oh, actually, we got an announcement real quick.
Hey, real quick before everyone disperses, I want to thank everyone for being here once again. And as I sat up here this morning, you guys have inspired me. I am so impressed by the job everyone here has done. On behalf of the IKORCC, we're going to donate $1,000 on top of StartedUP for each member of the winning teams. So thank you for being here. Thank you for including me, and keep up the great work. You guys all knocked it out of the park, so thank you. was just being nice. I wasn't.
No.
You know, I drink one of these and
Oh, man.
because I don't like the coffee taste. It sticks with you all day and stuff. And it drives me nuts. So.
I got into, when my daughter came back from law school, I got into the poo-pooey coffee drinks with her. So I don't know if it's really coffee I'm drinking, but it's probably sugar and everything else. But I try to do all of them.
One of those things that you got to go to Starbucks, and I have my daughter text me because you're not just saying I need a coffee. It's extra cream on the white mocha, chocolate, extra caramel drizzle, frate, venti. Okay.
I don't order.
$15 later, you got your coffee.
I'm bad. Well, and I refuse to go to Starbucks, so.
I understand.
Yeah. But when she goes, I don't know what I'm getting, but it's always fun.
I'm sure. Are you good? Good. Stop by sometime.
All right, we're about ready to announce the winner after a full stomach. By the way, the Acton Academy students, I love that. They're out there also, hey, you want to come to our event as well? So that was fun for them to stop by. All right, man, I just want to reemphasize what IKORCC just said right before, and that was kind of a pleasant surprise that, number one, they're a sponsor today. I also did not expect for them to pick up everybody's lunch, so again, thank you for so much for that. And like the good lunches too, I mean, not just the grab and goes from, yeah, so special thanks to them. And again, to not embellish this, but an additional $1,000 prize for the winning team per person. So yeah, we're shocked and flattered. That all being said, after some deliberation, our judges are ready to announce who won. David Watkins.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to say, have Mike come up here to help present these awards to the students. On behalf of the judges, congratulations to every single team that pitched today. We talked about every single team. Really outstanding ideas, outstanding innovations, outstanding markets, really great depth of the research that you had done, your familiarity with the product, the work that had gone into your presentations. I think we all walked away thinking the slides were really sharp, the presentations were great. All of those are things that may not seem important to you now, but all of us can attest to the fact that that's a really important life skill and something that you guys all have in spades. So kudos from that point of view. It was a very difficult decision. Two teams from this region will go on to represent the geographic area in the state finals. And so the first team that we'll be announcing that is going to the state finals will be the team of Ian and Josiah from Aussie Charge. Come on down.
Thank you to all of us from Greenfield. We're really excited. We're from an engineering class, and so we're really proud to show all the business stuff that we've learned through this and continue to increase our depth of knowledge. And we're hoping to come out with some new innovation with this and keep improving it, and hopefully we can continue to improve and go to state. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Ian and Joe. And so the second team representing the region going to the state finals, we're excited for Liam and Edgar from Red Applications. Come on down.
I just want to say thank you to my parents for being here and for helping us so much to do this, to Mr. Moore, he got us into all of this, and for Don for giving us this opportunity and making this real. So thank you very much.
Before we wrap, I sincerely want to say this because this is always where I try not to even be emotional, because I cannot emphasize that if you're here at the regional, this is the win. I was even talking to the judges on how close this was, which means what place you came into, in my heart, it does not matter right now. What matters is that you have the desire to move on. If you're not a senior, come back next year, please, improve. I think that's the spirit of it. Stay engaged with us. We have, like, once you turn 18 kind of thing, you're invited to our alumni association, because we seriously are invested in you. And I don't want to say that in a pandering way. I hate it when I lose. Right? And you're like, I've been there before. Like, I didn't win. No offense to you guys, because you won. But, like, if you're thinking, like, oh, I didn't lose, you did not lose. You did not. And please take us to task. You said that one year, Mr. Wettrick, that you would help. We are. Take us to task. We're here to help, whether that is more introductions, more insights, access to funding. I was even talking to our friends at Elevate Ventures. TT, wave your hand. You may want to say hi to her. She was even like, we need to talk to all these students. Because she even said here, like, none of them didn't have a bad idea. So I just beg you, please check your emails, right? And stay engaged. We want to be able to help past today. I hope to know you for the next 30 years, which would make me very old. And we need to stay involved.
Liam is a real world example of someone who came back the second year in a row.
Yeah.
And he finds himself in the same spot as last year. So seriously, come back.
Yeah.
Come back.
Yes. And actually, I should have even said, Dr. Abbott is one of those guys that has also been there visiting schools on our behalf. He's with the IDC. This is a network, this is an ecosystem that I hope that you guys are grasping how eager we are to help you pass today. Anyway, I had to say that. Congratulations to our champions. We'll see you guys in DC and also at the boot camp. Other than that, thank you guys for coming out so much.